Music is playing. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good evening.
Good morning, good evening.
Good evening.
So, can everyone very kindly audio check Io-tan volume and also my volume? I will be turning the background music up shortly.
Hello, hello. I love Eru. I love Eru. Is my volume okay? I love Eru.
Try again?
I love Eru.
No.
I love Eru.
That's not this. Okay. Alrighty, so welcome everyone to a sort of immature TRPG. Sorry about the belated start, but hopefully we are all here, all present now. The important guest today is none other than Kuzuryu Io. Would you like to say hello?
Konnichiwa. Hello, everybody. I'm disturbing Bun on her channel today.
No. Very honored guest. Now, the truth is, I have to say this at the start, as soon as we get started, I am going to close chat, and so is Io. You're all welcome to talk amongst yourselves. However, any messages that you have for us will have to wait until after the scenario is done. Okay, so I'll just I'll pull back the title. Can everyone see the reactive images? They're just quite subtle on the side. So it's just a very gentle flash. The scenario is called Trust in You or Shinai. To reiterate, this is a story mainly featuring Eru's background lore, and it is set before Io and Eru have met. In terms of the structure of the scenario today, there will be no player death, conclusion, or deviation according to resonance. However, what will happen is that if anything goes very south, the scenario will just end. So any information or interaction or lore will just become unavailable after that. But otherwise, it's just a story today. But anyway, because of this, we are playing today using a pretty loose adaptation of Emma Claw basic rules. You may notice from looking down the bottom that there are 2 bars for resonance, and there will be 2 types of resonance checks. These will be pretty bulk standard since I don't have Cocofolio, but so the first one, the one in the middle, will be for a resonance emotion called Trust, which will come under Connection. And the one below that, which looks a little bit more ominous, will just vary. on the side you'll see which one of us is speaking, just in case you don't know which one is which. I am Eru or Storybuds. My lovely guest is Io.
That's me.
I must also give a warning that there may be content that is perhaps like a little violent or has horror-ish imagery, or it might touch upon topics that people find sensitive. So if you feel like you have to step away or look away, please feel free to do so. For my own convenience, dice rolls will not show on screen. So please forgive the scuffed session. When I was pitching a forecast to Io, I said, I don't know how long it'll take to play. So how long did we say it would take?
2 to 6 hours. I think was your prediction. I'm down.
So I forecast we'll be here anywhere between 2 to 6 hours.
Let's go.
But yes, please forgive the scuffed session. If it sounds like I haven't read the scenario at any point, it's because I haven't read it. In terms of the actual story, some changes have been made to adjust it for tabletopping purposes. But for Io, please feel free to roleplay as much or as little as you like. So, if you're happy, shall we begin?
Hi, one thing, Sensei. May I go to the washroom, please?
Yes.
Okay, I will be back.
Okay. Yeah, Bear is right. I actually thought we were starting an hour later. Apologies about the time zones. I thought we were starting at 1 and we were not starting at 1. So I had to turn up in a hurry. So that is why we are starting late today. We may be here for a long time, we may not be here for a long time. I won't be looking at chat after Io comes back, but please make yourself at home.
Bam!
Oh, that was quick. Welcome back.
Hey, I ran.
You didn't have to, but
I'm out of breath.
Take your time. You can go to the bathroom at your own pace. But I'm also out of breath.
But here we are. I'm good anytime you are.
So, let's see. So this will be, so I've now closed chat and I will now be hanging out with Io Starikiri.
It's a day, yahoo!
And since we are just having Mattari Asobukai, let's bumble our way through, shall we?
Let's go!
So we have...
It's me! I'm so cute.
So, here we have our lovely pink donut dragon, Io. The scene begins with Io wandering through the city on a weekend. Today, you've no work and no schedule. As you are walking through, leisurely strolling through town, you pass by an art gallery. A sign outside and a colorful banner catches your eye. Weapons of old, tales of heroes and monster slayers of legends past, and forgotten lands. The sight of the word hero sparks a simple, curious thought, and you soon find yourself entering the gallery foyer to have a look-see. Greetings, Io-chan. As you walk along, seeing some displays of forgotten villages, uncovered weapons, and smaller, preserved folk tales and antiques, you come across a glass display of varied swords and weaponry, all from a myriad of different backgrounds, countries, and even time periods. The hand of any hero should be their weapon, right? You can't help but shuffle closer for a better look. But it's not the hero's weapon that catches your eye. You notice a slightly worn, stained samurai sword. For a moment, it is as if something else, a person, was reflected in the glass. Yeah? When you blink, nothing is onto you. It's gone. You hear footsteps, and a figure comes up to this particular display just next to you. And it is this fellow. He leans in, an easy grin on his face. This is a cool one. Someone must have donated this one recently. He sort of hums and oohs and ahs to the side, and then he pulls out his phone. Here we go. And then you watch as he attempts to take a selfie next to the sword. But then he turns to you with a smile and juts out the phone. Hi there, sorry to bother, but would you mind taking a photo of me with this display? He looks quite eager about it.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Great.
I guess I'll take the phone.
Io-chan takes the phone, and so getting in position, you take a couple of steps back and snap a picture. Kacha.
Say cheese.
Cheese. And then he strikes this kind of okay, the pose is a little bit lame, but don't tell him that. He's doing his best. Just as you're finished taking the photo, you happen to glance at it. There is a person in this photo next to him. It looks like someone dressed like a priestess and standing next to the man.
look around left to right, trying to find this person in the hallway.
It's just you and this fellow here?
And I'm holding this person's phone?
You're just looking at the photo you took. There's something in it.
And kind of hold the phone close to myself. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can give you your phone back. I don't think I've taken the right photo.
Hmm? What? What's up? He comes over to where you're standing and holds his hand out for the phone, trying to see the photo you took. It's probably fine, right?
No, really, really, like you look super ugly in it. Like I,
Oh,
maybe I'll delete it and
uh,
I'll retake it.
oh, okay, sure thing. So he shuffles back to the display and he just stands next to it a bit more normally this time. I'm just like, oh, well, cool. If you wouldn't mind.
Alright. So successfully swipe, delete the photo from the phone, and again hold up my camera at the man and ka-cha, 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 ka-cha. Take 3, just to be sure.
This time, when you look at the photos, they came out quite normally. It's just him, just the sword. Did you get a good photo this time?
Yes. Here, I'm so sorry about that. Just sometimes when I take photos, things go a little awry. Give the
Oh,
phone back to him.
no worries, thank you. He kind of looks at you curiously before, just like giving a bit of a laugh and saying, don't tell me it's like a ghost or something next to me, right? Eh.
Probably look a little startled.
He looks at your expression and is like, good one. Like, swords like this must be haunted all the time, right? Like, I kind of got the feeling as well. So, the picture that you hand to him, there is no human figure pictured in it. It's just the guy and just the sword. And so he thanks you and he takes the phone and begins to go off to the side and text it to a friend. You can just sort of see him mumbling, hey, check this out. And as he is sort of sauntering away, I'd like you now to roll for a resonance check. The emotion is trust, connection, strength 4, rise 1.
Wow. If it's manual, how do we roll for
1d10 is fine.
1d10? Okay.
ファンブったね。
fumble
ファンブったね。あれ
Fumble. It's okay. It's a good thing if you fumble on a resonance check.
Is it?
Yeah, it means you fail the resonance check.
Is it?なんでもないです。Okay. 頑張りました。Okay.
Oh no.
When you glance back at the display, you realize quite obviously that something is amiss. The sword, which should have been in a glass case, is, oddly enough, no longer protected by anything. It is simply displayed there in the open, and you see something shining, something red, faintly luminous, at its hilt. It is giving off a faint glow, but you cannot see what it is from here.
May I approach to take a closer look?
Yes.
Okay, then shuffle, shuffle, shuffle forward. Oh, I wonder what that is. Gonna go closer.
You shuffle forward. There is something at the hilt of the sword, but you can't get a good look at it unless you reach out to it.
I knew that I shouldn't wander around on my own without Tengen. Look around and what is the man doing?
The man is standing off to the side, texting on his phone.
And perhaps I'd go up to the man and hello, excuse me.
Hi, what's up?
This is going to sound a little bit weird, but did you perhaps steal a glass case?
He smiles, but you can see the hatena dangle over his head as like, eh? Sorry, a glass case?
I
He looks around.
Point backwards at the case and over there. Like wasn't there a glass case there before?
What do you mean? It's still there.
I look backwards, back at it.
In the meantime, as Io's looking kind of increasingly flustered, the man is sort of chuckling to himself, like this is a funny one. Like keeps making jokes about ghosts. I like you. But you can kind of tell that he doesn't get it. Apparently, the glass is still visible to him.
Beginning to get a little bit frustrated because looking back, dealer, like the I don't see the glass case, right?
It's gone.
It's gone, and the glow is still there.
It is.
In that case, look, I'll show you. Look, even I can put my hand right through the glass, and I can grab the sword. Look, watch. And I'll just storm over to the case and reach out and grab the hilt.
As Io-chan walks up to the sword and grabs it, the handle of the weapon is exposed, and as if a presence, as if something is calling you, it feels as if someone whispers close, in a hushed voice that you can't quite make out. Before you can look to the man to see his response, the light at the hilt flickers and abruptly dies. At this time, away he goes, and then also away you go. Suddenly, as if you were swept into the unyielding current of a storming ocean, you are thrust into a thick, swirling pool of black, dark, but fluid, viscous. It fills your ears and mouth, attempts to invade you from every gap, to drown you inside it. You are stuck, and you cannot move. The sound of swamp inside the gut of a suffocating, languishing beast assaults you from every angle, and you cannot seem to pull yourself free or cut it away. You have no strength. You feel its filthy hold, but are gripped with the fear that something worse is coming for you. The tendrils of something spiteful and evil to the core, steadily pressing upon the exposed skin of your neck. The sound of a voice calls, garbled through the waves. A kind voice, a gentle hand. You are flung free from the darkness, and from overhead there is a light. And from here we relocate. Move on. Are you happy to continue? Gives you a fright. However, we are now on to a new scene. However, you are not here as you. You burst from the darkness as if it were the shell of a cocoon, like a fish breaking water. Your consciousness floods free from whatever hell you had experienced just now, and immediately you find yourself looking around at a world of lush greens. Your eyes, they take a moment to adjust. Strangely, it is as if you are viewing the world through a cut gem, a glimmer of color, and other sights reflecting in. When you regain your bearings, you realize you have no body. Like a ghost, you find yourself a fading, transparent sort of being, and you rise out into shape in a wisp. And you are attached to something, which is in turn attached to someone. And here we have ding. And then we also have ding.
Where am I?
The figure who you are right next to suddenly jumps. Who's there? And then he looks down at his sword and he pulls it up like, Shinai? Did you just talk? The bewildered boy grabs his sword at the sheath, but then he notices none other than Yo-chan face gazing back and is like, whoa! And he startles again at the sight of you. It is a small figure with a sort of familiar ruffled hair, and he's gazing at you like you are an alien.
Dealer, just as a point of view question, so am I looking back at him in third person, or am I looking back at him as if from the point of view of the sword?
To clarify, you can think of yourself as being there. However, you don't have like a physical form.
Mm-hmm.
You are not the sword.
Okay, can I see the sword in my view?
Yes.
Then... why are you raising the sword? Hey, I'm over here.
He looks at your somewhat disembodied face, still surprised. Are you a ghost?
I've been called a lot of things in my years, but I've never been called a ghost. What's your name, little punk brat?
I mean, I'm Clay. After probably the 10 seconds it takes for him to register your appearance, you are still pretty normal looking, and so he seems to take that as it is. Oddly, he looks just like the man you met at the art gallery, only quite a chunk younger. He reaches out a hand, like a single finger, to where your shoulder might be, with like a poking motion, but it just it finds air, and you do not feel it either.
Hey, I didn't give you permission for me to touch me.
Sorry. I just I've never met a ghost before.
Looking at you closer, you look like a punk brat version of that guy from the museum.
Huh? He's holding up his sword again, and then as he shifts it, you feel a sense of glass moving. And as he lifts the sword, you notice that there is a beaded charm, like a slender roped charm that dangles from the end of the hilt. And there is a shining bead at the end.
That's a pretty neat sword that you got there, kid. Where'd you get that?
My dad gave this to me. He holds it up and looks pretty proud.
Your dad's giving sharp objects to his kid, huh?
What?
Sure about that?
Hey, it's a good sword, and I'm still learning, but I'm pretty good with it, you know.
Yo-chan being quite unsure where she is and what is going on around her, but actually taking things in stride. It's okay so far. It's okay. Kind of huff a little and so, you gonna tell me where we are?
He mentions I suppose the name of a mountain that is a little bit... I'm not sure the right word to use here, but... dated? It's sort of perhaps the feudal name for a different area. He mentions that. I won't say anything specific there. He looks back at Io, and he's like, you're wearing some pretty funny clothes. Are you from a different country?
I guess you could say something like that. Look around. Yeah, you have any idea why everything looks like it's kind of clouded in glass? Is that a normal thing around here?
Everything looks normal to me, but
First, why don't you give me that sword? I feel like it's too dangerous for a child to have. Stick out hand for the sword.
This is my sword. He looks pretty indignant, but then he smiles and is like, my sword, it's a symbol of my dad's trust in me. And he like huffs out his chest. So it's called Shinai for trust, and I was pretty anyway, I don't need to give this to you. You're a ghost, so what would you do with it anyway?
Io kind of looks the sword up and down from hilt to tip of the blade, and it looks like the sword that was in the museum, correct?
That is correct. Would you like to try and take it?
If he doesn't give it to me, then no, I don't need to take it, especially considering how prized it seems to be. It just seems like a cruel thing to do, so will not. But we'll give it kind of a suspicious look. Well, I guess I'm stuck in this form for now. Hey kid, any idea where Tokyo is from here? You know, Tokyo? Maybe I'll look.
You from Tokyo? Just from the look on his face, you can tell that he doesn't know where that is. But as you're talking, just from nearby, you hear the sound of a voice. So, tick tick, some footsteps approach. And then you see... Clay, are these what you were looking for? And this small child is holding up a bundle of flowers in her hand. Oh, Eru. Ah, yeah, I think those are the ones. And he reaches out and he takes the bundle. Were you talking to someone? Is there someone there?
Hey, little one, could it be that you can't see me?
You see a small rabbit walk into the clearing and pass the boy who's called himself Clay, like a snatch of wildflowers. When she approaches, you feel like your view of the area, it expands slightly outward, as if the pieces that had been folded in were revealing themselves to you, like a sort of panoramic puzzle. Would you like now to roll either spiritual sense or observation?
So, Io did not take a spiritual sense, but
Io's
observation I do have 2.
is 7. So go ahead.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll 3d10? Oh, sorry, 2d10? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. 7!
That
so
is
2 and 5.
That is a success.
It's double.
You realize that you notice that the charm from which you feel like you are dangling from, this bead through which you are seeing the world, that it has a partner. From the girl's waist, you see something dangling that looks very similar.
Turning back to Clay, and is this a friend of yours?
He looks awkward because the ghost is talking to him in front of his friend. but he nods and
It's okay, kiddo. Cough once for yes and twice for no.
The girl looks over and for a moment you can see that her eyes very clearly linger across your face. And she mumbles, "Oh, I felt like I could see something just now. Clay, I hope nothing bad is haunting you." Nothing bad, I think.
Ia is beginning to get a little bit upset, a little bit annoyed at being treated like a common household ghost. And she kind of hovers. Do I have a mobility dealer?
How far would you like to go?
Right up to the little rabbit girl.
Then that's fine. Go ahead.
Then I'll kind of march right up to this newcomer and go right up to her face and be like, "Hello."
She naturally begins to shrink backwards, but it looks like she doesn't really know why. Is someone there? For a moment, just for a moment, would you like to roll observational eye?
Yep.
So if you roll observative eye or any other, it's just that I know that that's what Io has.
6-5.
For a moment, your view of the world, it shifts, as if you are looking back. How do I explain this? You feel like you blink and you see Clay on the other side. It's odd, but you feel more than ever that you are able to see things from the viewpoint of not the sword, but from the charm. So basically, player knowledge, you can see from the charm that he has, and you become aware that the girl has one that looks the same.
And I'm not seeing back from her charm, just Clay's, right?
You cannot see through hers when you check again.
Okay.
For now, imagine that you are the Io ghost hovering over hovering over Clay's shoulder.
Did I go and get myself trapped in a marble or something? This is pretty whack.
Clay can hear you mumbling and he looks over concerned.
Hey, it's okay. You don't need to look at me. Your girlfriend's gonna think you're weird.
What? She's... No... Eru over to the side is giving Clay a really weird look. And he's like,
she thinks you're weird now.
It was just the wind. Don't worry about it. And he waves and is like, I'll take these and I guess I'll go now. Bye. And but she raises a hand and is like, wait, do you wanna come by for lunch today? Granny gave us some new corn and potatoes, so do you wanna go have lunch?
Hey, I think she's asking you out for a date.
He looks really offended, but he replies, sounds great. So, the Little rabbit
Good for
girl
you.
wanders back off into the forest and is like, I'll see you soon. He turns back to Io and he just looks a bit. Why you gotta talk about people like that? She's just my friend, okay?
Why you gotta look so flustered? I'm the one stuck in a bead.
He raises the sword and gives the bead a little jingle. Are you really in here?
Should I roll observation to see if my vision or anything shifts when he does that?
Actually, even without a roll, it's not enough to disturb your vision, but you sense that there is some sort of movement.
Hey, quit shaking me around like that.
Sorry. Anyway, I guess I'll go home then. He takes his flowers and he begins sauntering down the mountain path. Weird ghost. As if
I can hear you, you know.
As if realizing something, he whips around and is like, "Are you from the future?"
Depends what you define as the future.
Oh. Never mind. I just had that thought just now. That was all. The clothes you're wearing and stuff, I've never seen before, and yeah, I don't know. Usually ghosts are from the past, right? But scrutinizes your ghost.
Well, how about we puzzle that out together? Does everybody that you know wear the same kind of clothes that you do? And you've never seen anybody wear something like me?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not really sure where I'm from. But I should probably try to get home.
Well, how did you get here?
This is gonna sound a little bit weird, but an older version of yourself asked me to take a photo, and then I grabbed a sword out of a glass case, and now I'm here.
What's a photo? What?
Yeah, I thought you wouldn't know. Why did I say that?
Well, I mean, I don't know where you came from, but you're a pretty funny ghost. I've never met anyone like you before. But this is it's a pretty quiet place. If you want, we can just go have lunch or something, I guess. I wanted to he holds up the snatch of flowers from earlier. I wanted to try and make some medicine with these.
Medicine? Are you sick or something?
Not me. But this is the kind of thing my dad would do, so I wanted to start learning how.
Io gives him a slight smile, and it sounds like you like your dad a lot.
Yeah. He passed away recently, but he used to be a doctor at the village, and he looked after a lot of people. So, well, he was really cool. So I wanna be more like him.
I bet. Sorry. I probably, sorry. Then, well, I'm stuck to you anyway. Do you, maybe you want to show me your village? Maybe I can find a way home.
That'd be good, huh? Not sure what you'd do. I'm stuck in here forever. He shakes the bead again, even though he knows he shouldn't. And then he tucks it tucks it in his belt and begins to walk down the mountain path with his flowers and with his sword in hand. As he is going, the scene around you, it begins to change. Here we go. Step by step, the footsteps of the boy that you were with before become heavier, and his figure slants as he walks. He is taller now, older, although to you it must have just been in the blink of an eye. It still seems to be the boy named Clay. But in the same breath and the same beat, time seems to have passed between you. And not just a short amount of time, but years. Or what are you seeing? But no matter how you look at it, this is the same boy you were with only moments before. The pace of his steps seems somewhat hurried, and you find yourself going with him as he heads toward the village. As your vision becomes clear, he blinks, and then he looks at you. Oh. Ah. You again. Let's go over to...
Me again.
It's been a while since I last saw you. Didn't you go home?
Not quite. Not quite. What have you been doing?
I'm a little busy right now. He goes into a small house, begins to boil some water. You see him working at a table, and it's sort of covered in notes and herbs and flowers, various roots and other extracts. As you look about, it looks like he is living alone, and that in the short, or rather long, time since you last saw him, he has become much more proficient with the medicinal arts.
Io is not a stranger to how quickly people grow up. So she kind of watches him doing that, and she's like, "Hey, you became a doctor."
Well, I'm still learning. And he's just working away. He seems to be concentrating on making things at his table.
You probably won't disturb him. Doctor stuff seems to be pretty important. Instead, how far can I walk away from him? Like, say if I turned around and took a few steps away.
Imagine that you are allowed to just sort of like roam the imagine it's like the opposite of social distancing. You're allowed within that radius.
Okay. Then can I maybe do an investigate around or an observation around the area, the room that he is in?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So 5 and 4, so double.
So while Clay, slightly older now, is working away at his table, you take the time to look around his house. As mentioned, it certainly seems like he lives alone. You aren't sure exactly for how long he's been alone, but there are signs that perhaps you remember his mentions of his father from before. You see sign that an older man's belongings are displayed in precious areas, like memorabilia, various trinkets from the past.
So Io likes kids. So I was a bit friendlier, question mark, to before, but with the way that the time has passed here and the fact that she's confronted with an older version of this, it's kind of stinging at things that she care not to think about at the moment, so she's not too fond of staying around. So upon looking around, like she'll like try to like walk out, like away from the 2-meter radius. Like, she doesn't want to stick around.
She can probably settle at the front door. The house isn't that big to begin with.
Does anything happen if she tries to just like literally leave?
You cannot, unfortunately. Although you are here, it is like you are viewing the world still. You are here, but it's also like you are not in it. So if you want to look elsewhere, that's still fine. If you want to close your eyes, that is also fine.
In that case, she'll kind of straighten up and look back at Clay, who's tinkering about, and hey, anything that I can help with?
No, it's okay. I'm almost done anyway. So he like packs up his stuff and grabs like a handful of a bundle of things, tucks them away at his side, and is like I'm just gonna go see Eru. You saw her not too long ago, right? She mentions you now and then.
Me? Let's say that's how it is then. Okay, let's go.
He smiles, and the two of you head over down the street, and you arrive at a place that is Eru home. It is also small, and it also seems to be occupied by only one person, so here she is. He kind of knocks the door once, but he pushes it open and goes in. You can tell he's familiar with entering. Eru herself is just laying in bed and gazing out the window. Scattered around is an array of scrolls and heavy-looking books, and the smell of incense is in the air. She doesn't get up, even as Clay walks in. She does, however, smile and turns her head to greet him.
Io-chan is just hovering around near, and she's just watching.
Oh wait, let me just shift this down. So she turns and smiles and is like, Clay, I wrote this spell and I want to use it at this spring. Would you be able to help me get there? He's gone to the table and is starting to prepare something at the table. Are you sure? It's not that close. Are you very busy? And he pulls out this tonic and he brings it over to her, and he just kind of squats down with her, and he says, not at all. Shall we go? And then he turns slightly and says, I'm also with... And he looks at Io.
Io looks right at Eru and just tilts her head, but is waiting to see if Eru can see her.
It doesn't seem like she's able to see you. She blinks around a little bit though, and is like, is Io there?
Looks back at Clay.
He doesn't really react, and he's just like, yeah, she's with me today. So she just nods and is like, I see.
She knows my name. What's going on here?
So, she is... Imagine that, it is just being piggybacked by Clay as they shuffle off towards the forest again. And before long, the three of you arrive at a clearing, which looks to be home to a little garden lake of sorts. It's very clean, where a statue and a pillar stand in the middle. There's ceremonial paper along this pillar. The air around it has a tranquil sort of feeling, and Clay sets her down before moving to stand at the edge of the clearing and gives the entire spring, it's an area that she's called the spring, like a wide berth. And keeping a careful eye upon Eru, who is at the edge of the water, he turns his attention back to you.
And what is it? Shouldn't you be paying attention to your friend?
He looks a little bit uncomfortable. The spring is like, it's like the village's sacred place. It's mostly like the shrine maidens and the priests who pray and meditate here. She used to come here all the time with her mother, but well, until well, I don't feel very close to this place, so I don't really come here much, but sometimes she likes to come here. And it seems like it helps her, so.
And should we even stick around while she's doing what she's doing?
He pauses, and then he still nods his head.
Well, I think out of all of us here, I'm the most out of place, so... And Yo-chan just kind of like turns around and like closes her eyes. Just not perceive what's going on.
Clay breaks a smile and he's like, "Are you not comfortable with stuff like this?"
Still with eyes closed. It's not that I'm uncomfortable, but some things aren't meant for outsiders to see.
Maybe, but you're not an outsider, right?
What do you mean? Peek at him over his shoulder.
Well, you're here with us, right?
Scratch at cheek. I suppose so. She won't like turn around, but she relaxes a bit.
Over to the side. Clay is keeping a watchful eye on Eru at the water's edge. And when she tick comes back over to where he is, she says, "You didn't have to wait, but thank you. I'm fine now." And then she looks around and is like, Is Io still here?
Hey, Clay, I've been meaning to ask this since earlier, but how does she know my name?
Clay gives you a look that is also kind of confused. He's like, of course she knows your name. Huh? But he just kind of laughs it off.
On that note, how do you know my name?
You told me your name. He seems kind of wilded out, but
Yu-chan is also wilded out.
But then he's like, "Well, I'm not wrong, right?"
Funny thing is, I don't seem to recall ever telling you my name.
Oh, but that time with Eru, you... What? He looks a little bit like he can't place a memory for a moment, but then he says, well, in that case, what's your name?"
Well, it's Io, but...
You know what? Don't think too hard about it. And then he's just like, I I don't really understand ghosts.
Does he say that?
Maybe very quietly.
Yu-chan, here, can I roll a listening ear to see how loudly she hears that?
Go ahead.
So a double, so very loudly.
Loud whispering. I don't understand ghosts.
She kind of perks up and a little offended. She's like, well, I don't really understand humans either. Growing up all quickly like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you or anything. But anyway, as you're talking, Eru, I think, is she breaks a small smile, but doesn't say anything, and all of you walk back down towards the village again. The exchange, and I mean, I'm sure you noticed, but something about it. It feels disjointed as you try to understand, but soon the scene begins to change again. Step, step, step. You head away. As you're walking ahead, you're hit with the distinct feeling that time has passed again. The scene, it begins to change. In your view, what seemed to be day changes rapidly into the uncertainty of an evening sky. You sense something cautious, something dangerous in the air. Despite it being night, you notice that there is a sort of ominous-looking red to the clouds, a haze that drifts across the sky, and it colors the surrounding light. As this happens, it seems like your hearing becomes muffled, as if the whole scene is moving by at an odd pace, a painting. You're moving with Clay, but not towards the village that you came from. At his side, you find yourself running quickly along a path. You can feel that there is something terribly wrong in the air, in the distance, and then fast approaching, the sounds of crying, shouting people. His sword, Shinai, is unsheathed, and you see demons. Strange, black forms, grotesque, unmistakably ill-boding. Clay begins to cut them down. There is anxiety and fear on his face. Even if he says something, You strain, but it doesn't sound clear. He strikes again and again. It seems like there's no end to them. For a second he looks at you, but as if speaking through a veil of water, you cannot quite hear or get through to him. Now, I'll ask you to roll for another resonance check. The emotion is dominate connection. The force is for the rise is 1. 1d10 is fine.
Okay. 1d10. Fumble.
Fumble.
Fumble. On both my resonance checks, really?
All of a sudden, the slime-like amorphous creatures seem to collectively halt their movements, and they all begin rushing toward a particular house on the end of the road, where you see a large, multi-limbed yet formless shambling demon push itself against the side of the wood and straw, and the smaller, shifting demons begin to swarm it. The house is falling apart, but from it, and this you can see unmistakably, a human figure stands amongst the warping, twisting masses. It is Eru. From the long rabbit ears to the red of her dress, to the staining white of her long sleeves, it could be no one else. Clay begins to move toward her. As she raises an arm, a clutch of smaller demons leap towards him, and he cuts them down. But the whole scene fills with static, as if the very vision is filling Clay's entire head with noise. Even in the darkness, he cannot take his eyes off her face, cannot bridge the distance, cannot seem to produce a voice that can call out to her. You are reminded again of a curtain of water as it feels you cannot reach them, cannot shake clear what is happening before you. Standing in the middle of the cluster of demonic things is Eru, who simply stares out at the village with an indifferent, unmoving expression. The dark beings cling to her and dye her skin, but she stays calm, as if in slow motion. Throughout the commotion, it's eerie. She's not close enough to see, but you pause. Did you say something? You can't make it out. The demonic mass.
Try a listen.
Yes.
Okay. 2D.
Is that listening ear? From your point of view, everything seems kind of murky, unlike the clarity with which you had perceived everything up until now, clarity with which you'd heard everything up until now. It is like you're listening to this entire you're listening to everything unfold underwater. Is that all?
Yep, that's everything.
The demonic mass begins to move. It begins to leave the village together. The girl at their center, she simply closes her eyes in their midst. Slowly the form, the vile, shambling mass departs. Eru with them. The reddened light washing over the village and the strange sky slowly, ever so slowly, begin to fade into grey. Even without the need to close your eyes, your vision is smeared outward with the passing of time. Everything had happened so quickly, and yet it had only been a moment. Clay drops to his knees at your side in almost half speed. When you finally regain sense of your bearings, you realize that instead of being in a clearing, it is like the piece of forest that had once occupied this place had vanished, like it was stolen by the demons that passed through. And at last, your hearing manages to clear, enough to transmit his voice. Gone. Everything. She's gone. Folding into himself, he clutches his head deep in his hands. There are some more mumbles, half smothered, coming from him, but then quiet. Is there anything more that you'd like to do before we continue?
No. Thank you.
You feel yourself fading slightly. A stirring at the corners of your vision. Unconsciously, perhaps, if only for an explanation, a reason. You find a vision of the girl. It is a fractured sight of her, but it drifts into focus. You see light. As if a different path had opened up to you suddenly, the faceted walls of your vision immediately creak, bend, and force you, abruptly, from the dark clearing next to Clay, through a brighter channel, pathing straight into none other than the green of forest and the company of someone else. When your bearings reorient, you are not in the dark, but elsewhere, you become sure upon looking around that you are in a different time, a different place. If you're happy to, shall we move on?
Yep, let's go for it.
You don't need a break or anything?
Maybe I'll grab some more water. Give me like 2 minutes.
Don't run. Take your time.
I did indeed knew.
I told you not to run. But welcome back.
I only stubbed a few of my toes, so it was okay this time.
No!
Do you need a break? Are you alright?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Alright then. I'm good whenever you are.
So, to catch you up on what's happened, you've just seen something scary.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of black snotty looking things have been attacking a village, and in the middle of them you see none other than Bun. And then she drifts away, and then part of the forest seems to also vanish with her. And then now you are here.
Sounds good. Well, not good, but alright.
So again, when your bearings reorient, you are no longer with Clay in the dark, but you find yourself somewhere else entirely, now in a different place, but also a different time. And so here we have Hop. And then at your appearance, Eru, or someone you think looks just like that kid, jumps back, and she looks at you in surprise, as if you were a ghost. I feel like it's kind of been established that you are a ghost, but who knows? Who knows what you are? She's like, oh, who are you? Yeah? Blink, blink.
I'm Io? You don't recognize me?
Io. Oh. She squints a little bit closer to look at your ghostly Drago face, and is wide-eyed upon looking around to see how you could have come out or where you came from. She's small. You are with, undeniably, a younger Eru again. She's just crouched at the side of that spring that you went to, and she scuttles back from the edge of the water at your appearance.
Sorry, did I scare you?
No. Are you a spirit from the spring?
I'm not from the spring exactly, but yeah, I'm a spirit.
Oh.
You don't need to sound so surprised. I'm a spirit that's lost my way home. I'm
Oh
trying to get
no.
home. Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea where we are?
The answer is the same as the one you received from Clay.
Man, I'm in trouble. No idea where I am.
You're welcome to stay if you are lost. I mean, sorry, I've never met a spirit before, not one that could talk to me. Anyway.
That's a good thing. You shouldn't be talking to strange spirits that appear in the middle of a forest.
Yeah.
But since we're here anyway, what's your name?
I'm Eru. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So, what are you doing at the spring?
Oh, I was praying, for our village's safety and, also for, She just kind of looks away and, is embarrassed.
Io's looks at that and she's like, okay. And she squats down next to the spring and clasps her hands together and she says, squeeze her eyes shut. And she's like, I'll pray with you.
Nod.
Nod too. Nod.
So, as you regain your bearings and your vision once more, a look around tells you that this space that you came to just before, it is unchanged. At least from when you were here last. You notice that after having made contact with Eru here, everything you saw before coming with Clay still feels very real in your mind. While you can't seem to see from that other perspective anymore, you can still recall it very clearly, if that makes sense.
So, while crouched at the side of the brook with hands still kind of clapped together and eyes shut, Io opens her eyes just a crack to look sideways at Eru and she says, I've been haunting this little guy named Clay recently.
You're friends with Clay?
Friends is stretching it, but I've been watching him get up to some stuff. You know, the way that spirits do.
He's coming here soon. I can get him for you if you want.
It's okay. It's a rule with spirits that only one person can see them at any given time. So even if you bring him, he's not going to be able to see me.
Insert Kuzuryu Io face. She's like, I didn't know that. He's actually coming here soon. Should I tell him to go away?
No, it's okay. It's a rule that only applies to super.
He's here. As he turns, you see a familiar ruffled sort of hair bobbing from between the trees, and he peeks out since he's not that keen on going close to the shrine, but he waves a hand to where Eru is, and she shuffles about and is like, Clay. He blinks like, oh, what's up? And he comes over to the spring side where the two of you are. He's like, is something wrong? No, I'm just, Io, this is Clay. Wait, no. Oh no. And then she shuts up, but it's too late, and Clay is left looking quite, huh? Huh? Is someone else here?
Io hooks her pinky on the side of her mouth, and she stretches out her mouth, and she goes at him, sticks her tongue out.
Clay cannot see it, but he is like, gosh. Sorry, my phone. Sorry, I should have turned that off. Clay, he looks around. He cannot see Io, but then he says, "Oh, you remember I met that weird pink-haired ghost before, right?" And you can see Eru just kind of nod her head.
Weird! From the background.
And he's like, I mean, I think she's harmless, but like, just be careful around ghosts, okay? And then Eru is also like nods in silence.
Why the nerve of this kid? Eru, go give him an earful. I'm a totally normal. It's in the background.
Anyway, upon sensing Io's frustration at being cast off as weird by Clay, she's like, how about I meet you down at the bottom of the stream. I just have to stay and pray again. And he's like, yeah, sure. I'll see you down there. And then he kind of looks over his shoulder just in case there is another ghost, but not seeing Io again, he's like, And then he totters off down the
Yeah,
down
get out of here, you little fuzzy haired brat! No, come back!
And it was like, he's really nice, I promise. I'm sorry about what he said.
It's nothing for Eru to apologize about. And she kind of does like an air pat above her head.
Oh.
Pat, pat.
Eru can't feel it, but she nods accordingly and looks kind of privately tickled by being patted by this friendly pink-haired ghost. You can tell that she's not afraid. She's not afraid at all of you, and just seems to be very excited by the company. So she stands up after a few ticks. Well, the spring didn't talk to me today, so I thought about going home, but then you came, and
Does the spring usually talk to you?
Well, kind of. But where did you? She looks thoughtful for a moment, and then she speaks up again. Are you by chance from the future?
What gives you that idea?
you have these pretty clothes that I haven't seen before. So I thought that maybe you can tell that she looks a little bit hopeful.
Generally, Io would never say yes nor no to that sort of question, similar to how she answered Clay, but seeing that little Eru looks a little bit hopeful, Io goes, I guess, yeah, I am from the future. Far, far in the future, though.
Fun happy emoji. It's like, that's so cool.
Right? Super cool, right? I'm a time-traveling lost ghost.
Feels suddenly inclined to clap her hands. And it's like, wow, it's amazing. Then, I know that I probably shouldn't ask this, but, do you know about stuff that happens in the future?
I know that you grew up to be a super pretty lady. Like, so pretty.
Face goes a little bit red. What am I doing in the future? Do you know? Did I say anything?
The thing is, she kind of tilts over and puts her hand on her chin, and she's like, the thing is with spirits, we're kind of spotty in places, so I kind of blink in and out, you know.
Oh.
So I haven't had a chance to talk to super pretty Eru of the future.
It bumbles around a little bit. Here, I'd like you to roll for another resonance judgment. The emotion is trust, connection. The strength is 5, the rise is 1.
Trust, connection. Okay. I should probably be rolling with... no, I'm okay. So the force was 5, so I failed that.
Hi. So, I will give you 1 there.
Oh, don't I only go up if I succeed? I failed the roll, so...
Oh, that's right, you failed again.
Sorry, I failed. I'm trying, but I'm failing.
Come in there. So, as she's looking thoughtful, you see her sway on her feet for a moment, and she... Excuse me.
Could it be that you're a little sick?
Yeah. I'm... Just a little. But I'm doing good because I came out to the spring.
Yes, I will teach you something that only the most high tier spirits know. You ready? You put your hands together in front of your face like this. She kind of mimics it, and she goes, and then she pulls her hands apart, and she's like, "Pain, pain, go away."
Hey.
Now, if you do that when it hurts, you'll feel better in no time.
It's like a magic spell.
Just like magic.
Although she continues to smile, you notice that she looks a bit paler as the two of you begin to head away from the spring. At this point, would you like to roll observation?
Here I go, Drago! Like, double. 5, 5.
For a moment, you see that there is some dark shade or shadow that hovers about Eru's shoulders as she walks. And as if it senses you, it seems to jerk all of a sudden. And then it reaches the same shadowy, formless limb over the girl. You watch as Eru abruptly closes her eyes. Her body slackens from the legs upward, and she collapses forward into the pebbled walkway. From your view, although nothing dark or unusual is there afterwards, you feel distinctly like she was just toppled by a large and ghostly hand.
Eru? Eru! I'm gonna jump down beside her and try to pick her up. Try to touch her.
Unfortunately, as you reach towards the girl, your hands pass through her, but as you are doing so, her eyes open again, and she seems to regain consciousness and slowly begin to rise from the ground again.
Oh my god. Are you alright?
She takes several moments to sort of right herself and then rise from the ground. And although she gives you a big smile, the sight of that strange shadow that had hovered over her lingers in the back of your mind. Today must be a bad day. I'll go home.
Maybe it's good if you go home. Dealer, observation to see if I can find any hints of that shadow anywhere. Is that alright?
I will allow you to roll spiritual sense, but it will not be your spiritual sense, it will be Eru's spiritual sense. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
So a spiritual sense is 1. And so success is 6.
So 2, so success.
She blinks around as if also sensing that something foreign was in the air. And then she turns back to Io, looking a little bit uncertain. The truth is that there's something scary in this mountain somewhere. Something I don't know how to say this, but it's like an evil thing. I don't know what it is, but maybe you should be careful too.
I'll be okay because, like I said, I'm a super high tier spirit. Evil things can't touch us. So Eru, I'll walk you home.
Hey, I'd like that. Clay's just down ahead, but you'll stay, right?
For as long as I can, I'll stay. She'll just kind of hover behind Eru, looking around suspiciously now and then.
You don't see any hints of that strange dark shadow. But as the two of you are walking down this path again, you feel the scene around you begin to morph and change once more. And after 1 or 2 blinks, you realize that you have come inside a modest home, and it is evening. And as you blink around, you realize that you are now at the bedside of Eru, who is sitting there and reading something. So time has moved you ahead once more. The faint glow of moonlight hovers from the open window, casting in. Aside from you and Eru, the house is empty.
You hover and lean over to see what she's reading. Hey, what you reading?
Oh, she jumps just a little, but then turns her head pleasantly to look. Yours back. She smooths a the page out with her hand, and she shuffles as if to allow you closer. Of course, it doesn't make any difference to you, but she's just politely letting you be there. From her appearance, you imagine that she's not that much older than when you saw her last. And she doesn't seem actually very surprised to see you, but just rather pleased to see your face.
Mm.
I'm just reading through a book of prayers, but I was just about to turn in for the night. So she closes it and then rests her hands atop it.
Oh, I guess I came by at a bad time?
No, please. I haven't seen you in a little while, so if you would stay, you're welcome to stay. I mean, she casts a brief look around the house. There's no one here, so.
If it's with Cutie Eru, I always want to stay. And Io kind of plops down onto the bed.
The world around you is peaceful. It fills gently with the sounds of late evening. Faintly you can catch sort of quiet crickets and a whispering breeze of the nearby mountain as everything sort of eases into night. In her bed, Eru seems to not be sleepy, but you notice that she looks tired. As for you aren't sleepy within yourself. It doesn't seem like your body will tire.
Sorry, dealer, just to quickly check, am I supposed to be hearing background sound or music right now, or no?
Oh, I don't have anything playing. I can, though.
Okay, good. No, I'm just checking. Hmm. So, Erin, what have you been up to?
I'm just studying, really. I go to the spring to pray on most days, when I can.
Have you run into any other... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Have you run into any other cool spirits like me?
She shakes her head. I've only talked to you. If I ever see things, they're not usually good things, so I try not to look.
I suppose that can't be helped. Well, say, I'm here for a little bit. Why don't we do something fun?
What do you want to do?
Oh, I know. And Io, like, digs around in her pocket. She pulls out a worn out piece of yarn. And then she starts like tying together the ends, and she's like, have you ever played looks at Eru's ears, Bunny's Cradle?
She shakes her head. What's that?
It's like a game where you make a bed for a very cute bunny.
Oh.
If you succeed all the way through, then that means the bunny will have a good night's sleep.
She's full attention on you. Go ahead.
She'll kind of like, do like the first formation of a cat's cradle, and then she'll like hold it out at Eru, and she's like, see the X's there? Just grab both of those and like pull them down.
Eru Well, she reaches out, but her hands kind of pass through, and then she's like, she tries again, but she cannot grab hold.
I forgot that I'm a spirit.
Oh, I know it's really cool. I've never. Eru probably fumbles around for some kind of string or rope that she can use. Can you teach me how to do it? Maybe I could ask one of the other kids to play with me.
So you'll kind of like stand over Era's shoulder and teach her how to do the hand motions for it.
Eru learns a bit slowly. She's obviously doing her best, but fumbling around with the rope, fumbling around with her fingers. But eventually she gets the first formation, and with her hands and arms both quite frozen, she like turns at the waist to Io for confirmation, and is like, did I get it?
Super good. Thumbs up.
Delighted.
You know, I learned this from a friend a long time ago too, kind of like a brat around your friend Clay's age.
Brat?
It's meant to be done with friends.
She sort of holds her hands in the formation while looking at this little cat's cradle, and then sort of folds it in. She doesn't put the whole thing away entirely, but she kind of collapses the cradle, and then she says, Io, can you tell me about yourself?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Whatever you'd like to share.
Well, I like donuts. Do you know what a donut is?
Shake.
It's like a perfect circle with the hole in the middle, made out of flour that you put in hot oil. And it's sweet and it tastes so good.
Oh.
Like gesturing a circle with her hands.
She probably has nothing to compare it to, so it's just like you can kind of see the brain gears chugging away. But
and beyond that, think. I guess I've been bouncing from place to place recently, just trying to find my way back home.
What kind of a place do you come from?
That's a hard question. A scary place, I guess?
Scary?
It's a place where everyone is always fighting and trying to take things from each other.
Her face falls slightly. Go on.
So I left for a bit to see if I could find somewhere else, but turns out there's nice houses like Eru's house, so I'm feeling pretty satisfied. A big grin.
Eru smiles, but it doesn't seem like a happy smile.
Io-chan stare, and then her smile also fades a little, and what's wrong?
she is pausing and looking out the window, but turns back to you after a few ticks and says, I like it here at the village, but it's kind of lonely here. She looks a bit embarrassed to admit that, but
How come it's lonely?
Well, it is. There are long stretches in sort of the conversation as she stops to think, and then she opens her mouth to say something, and then she doesn't say anything, and then she stops to think again. But then after a little while of doing this, she says, my mother used to live here, but now it's just me, and even though I'm not lonely when Clay comes, I just
You just?
She doesn't finish the sentence and she just trails away.
It has put Io in deep thought. She kind of sways side to side a little while she's thinking. She looks back at Eru and she says, did you know that in the future, there's big buildings where lots of people go with their families to shop for things, and there's places that are called cafes where you can go and you can just talk with anybody that you like and share a cup of tea.
That sounds very nice. How big is the building?
Oh, like 900 times the size of you.
You can kind of see her trying to brainly imagine what that looks like, and for a moment she does another Kuzuryu Io face. But it's a little beyond her imagination. That's amazing. Well then, how did you come here?
I was out on a walk, and there's these other big buildings called museums, right? And it's filled with things like art and music and old items from the past. And I suppose I touched something funny, and it just brought me here.
Oh, I hope it wasn't like a cursed thing, was it? You don't have a curse on you or anything?
I feel like even if it's a curse, it's okay, isn't it? I mean, I think I'm making a new friend off of it. Kind of stare at Eru.
She smiles, but then she says, I feel a bit like maybe she trails off again. Sorry that there's very long stretches and these conversations where she keeps thinking, but
It's okay.
she says, I I don't know anything about really big buildings or the places you call cafes, but do you want some tea? I can make you some tea.
We can make a little cafe here just for the night. All you need is good company and some tea.
That sounds nice. So she gets up from the bed, and you see her go over to the modest kitchen setup, and then start boiling water.
Io kind of straightens up a little on the bed that she was sitting on, and she kind of is like, cups her hands a little over her mouth, and she's like, pretty cute little Miss Waitress, can I have 1 cup of tea, please?
The only other person in the vicinity turns around, and she's and she points a finger to herself. Me? The water is still boiling. She looks flustered.
Io looks around and she's like, man, what a nice cafe I've ended up in. I've traveled back in time and I ended up in the cutest little cafe with the cutest little waitress. I guess you're actually the owner? Miss Owner? Please, may I have a cup of tea?
She's brain scrambling. It doesn't understand half of the things that Io has just said, but is obediently sort of brewing a bit of tea, and you cannot quite tell in this sort of light, but is a little bit flushed in the face. Bumbly comes over with tea.
Io stretches out both hands to take the tea from Eru and holds onto it.
She can't take the tea.
She reaches for, but she can't. Her hands go right through.
So it replaces the tea in front of her, sort of politely, and it's there. It's being offered to you as a cup of tea for the spirit. So
Io will pretend she puts out her hand like she's grabbing the cup of tea, and pretends she's raising it to her hand, and she's like, very good. She puts it back down with nothing in her hand. Then she looks up at her and she's like, friends who drink tea together stay together?
She has made her own small cup of tea, but doesn't show any signs of drinking it. She just sort of sits on the other side, watching Io the ghost nurse her pretend cup of tea. Bless her soul.
Io looks sideways at Eru, and she kind of eyebrows furrow just a bit, and then she says, I think. Well, in other places, there's lots of ways that you can have tea like this with someone else, so there's no need to be lonely. You can always go traveling.
I can't really.
How come?
She hesitates on how to explain. I think so. She busies her hands for probably like 20 or 30 seconds, probably fiddling with the tea or moving something around the table. But then she says, when I was born, they said that I wouldn't live for very long. They said that because my my health was weak, that maybe I shouldn't even become a priestess. I should just try to live normally. But I did, and even though it's kind of hard, I think I want to help people, and the spring that I go to, I go there to pray and to meditate and try to cleanse myself. I also... She looks to the side just for a moment. I prayed for my health. When I go there, I usually feel better afterwards. And even then I don't know if I could travel very far. I know Clay has talked about going somewhere to study. I know he wants to become a doctor like his dad was. But for me, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can leave the village. Something bad happened here. Something bad happened here a couple of years ago, and...
Bad? What do you mean bad?
She hesitates again, but then goes on. There was an attack on the village a couple of years ago, and I don't really remember what it was like, and all of the adults, they were trying to protect us, but it was a demon. It was like a big black, and it could break into smaller pieces, and then all of the pieces would attack us, and it was really scary. And because of that, some people got sick and some people died, and I remember my mother was one of the people who fought back against the demon, and so was Clay's dad. And they're both gone now, but you can see her beginning to drift again, but she continues to say, my mother was really strong, though. She always taught me to do good things for others, and so we would pray and do our best to purify the earth, and the Spring of Faith. It's a holy place. She said that our ancestors, it was their prayers and their cultivation and their rituals that kept the spring clean and the village free of evil. But all these years, but now so sorry. I just yeah, I guess I don't want to leave the village.
Eru, I have a question. Is that okay? Is the reason that Eru can't leave the village because you're too sick, or because you feel like you need to stay to, I don't know, protect something?
She kind of purses her lips and looks thoughtful, but the impression that you get is probably a mixture of both.
Io smile a little bit. If you're really sick, but you want to leave really, really badly, then it's as simple as getting someone to piggyback you. But if there's other things keeping you here, then that's a little more complicated, I guess.
I guess that's true. If I really need to go somewhere, I can always ask Clay.
Sorry, I'm not the kind of spirit that can heal illnesses.
That's okay. People tried.
Something bad and scary on the mountain, huh? Yeah, isn't like thought. For the times that I'm here, I'll definitely protect Eru. Io kind of perks up.
It also, like, she brightens, gazes at you with displayed eyes.
You can totally leave it up to me. I'll chase away all the bad spirits, and I'll keep your illness at bay. I'm pretty strong, I can do that.
As she says this, though, I think Eru has a brief thought flashes across her face, but she puts it away. She doesn't say anything, but you can see that she thinks something and then stops thinking.
You won't ask what it is, but she will kind of like tilt her head and be like, but not always here, so. In times like that, Eru should learn to rely on someone else.
It's quite a long pause, but then she does nod her head. So, after having an evening of tea and, well, after thinking about tea for the evening, it seems like you just blink. For a moment, It is like you see the day pass, but you weren't there to experience it. You feel like you saw Eru go to sleep and then rise and then go to the spring and then come back. But for some reason, you were adrift from the entire day. And just a moment. Oh no, it's not yet. Okay, so the day passes and you find yourself once again. I don't have another background, so you'll have to make do with the same one. But time passes. It is just a day, but for some reason you feel like you weren't really there for it. And then, as you are just noticing this, you see Eru turn, and she says, "Oh, Io, you came back."
Somehow I ended up back.
It's kind of like you went to sleep. I felt like I could still see you, but when I called your name, you didn't say anything. So I thought that maybe you'd gone to sleep.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. EP spirits also need sleep. It's my first time as one.
Not.
Not back.
Here, you have another resonance judgment. This time, the strength is 8, the rise is 2.
I have failed that, so +2 resonance.
This time it's +2. Play. So, you notice that something is a little solemn about her today, although from the way she acts, you can tell that she's fairly solemn to begin with. But today, more than ever, she seems reserved and thoughtful about her day. Io, can I ask you about something?
If it's something that I know, then go for it.
I know this sounds a bit strange, but you're from a place that's from the future. You're not from the same time. Can I ask you about So she, at the moment, I would say she's just she's like laying down in bed, but soon she sits up to look at you straight on, and then he says, Can you tell me about my future?
It depends. What about your future you want to know about?
Was I still alive?
You're alive.
I went to the spring to talk. I was asking for I went to ask it for some advice. And so I was surprised when I asked the spring what my future held. I could hear it speak back to me. And I know it was a greedy thing for me to ask of it. But it told me that someone who knew about my future was already by my side.
And you think that's me?
I think so. You know so much about everything that I've never heard of before, and
I see. Io strokes her chin. But you know, I think I don't know enough about Eru to really be able to say what's going on in Eru's future.
she looks somewhat she looks a little desperate as she puts her hands forward and looks to Io with her dish-plate eyes and an earnest expression.
How come you want to know so badly?
Her gaze slowly drifts down.
It isn't enough to know that you're alive.
She shakes her head. No, it's...
But you know, the way I see the future, right? I can only see it in bits and pieces.
Not.
I don't know Eru's story. I only know someone else's. So I wouldn't be telling you about Eru's future. I'd be telling you about that person's future, you know? And I feel like that's a little unfair to that person.
Looking a little crestfallen, she nods her head.
You kind of reach out a hand and air pat her almost again, like pat, but over her head. And it's like, I think it's okay if you just put your all into the everyday. You know, today and tomorrow and the day after and that kind of thing. stuff like the future, it only brings worries.
I know, but it said she is she does this pause, like she very wants to say something, and then this spring it warned me that in my future I was going to do something very bad, and that I was going to bring misfortune upon Clay, and as she is speaking, she looks increasingly troubled. And not just Clay, but others, and but that's it's not right. I mean, I come from a really strong and a righteous family, and even if I died, a demon wouldn't be able to take my powers. I would have to become a demon myself, and I've never practiced any sort of evil cultivation, and
Eru? Interrupting. I think the fact that you know about it beforehand, that means if it happens in the future, right? And that's if. That means there was a very, very good reason.
She doesn't manage to say anything at first, and she just kind of looks very maybe frustrated isn't the word, but she looks frustrated. Well, it's not now. Maybe if I can become strong, and if I can protect the village, then
I think Eru should just live. Instead of worrying about those sorts of things, just live. It doesn't matter if you get stronger or not.
I guess so. I love the village. I want everyone to feel happy and safe again, and
Is that something that Eru can do on her own, though?
aside have a lot of friends. Even the grannies, they avoid being with me for too long. Maybe it's because my magic makes them uncomfortable, but maybe it's because I'm just too weird to them. But well, I don't know. I feel lonely all the time, and yet I can't be around others. Isn't that strange?
I think things like protecting a village or becoming stronger, right? I think those are the sorts of things that you have to do with other people.
Not.
I used to think that if you could take care of yourself and you felt fine being alone, then you were the strongest in the world because nothing could hurt you, right? But it turns out I was wrong. So probably more than being strong enough to protect the village, I think Eru will get stronger if you are able to share that with someone else, anyone else.
Well, I guess I kind of shared that with you. But it's
I'm a spirit though.
I know, it's amazing that I get to talk to you like this. Even if it's just sometimes that you come, I really like it, so
I like it too.
She smiles. When the weather is nice, let's go somewhere with a nice view. I'll take you to my secret place. It's a little bit a ways from here, but you get to see the sky really close, and it's so pretty. And I think you might like it. The next time you come, will you remind me? I'd be glad to take you there.
It's a promise? Io sticks out her hand with her pinky finger extended.
Although they cannot touch, Eru is like, well, she mirrors the motion, but she's like, what is this for?
It's what you do when you're making a promise. Io kind of like air hooks her pinky around Eru's. Now we've made a promise, and you have to show me your cool views, or you've broken a promise.
Kuzuryu, wow. She looks at her pinky and is like, wow. I promise. I'll do that. But in return, will you she fidgets a little bit with her hands, and will you tell me a story about yourself, about Io, and about where you come from, and
really be about me, but I do have a story.
Hmm.
And Io says, like, once upon a time in the deep, dark underworld, there was a little baby dragon lord. And she tells a fairy tale story about a dragon that went on to become a demon lord who fought a hero and won and waited a long time for the hero to come back, but he did not come back. And then she went to the human world to go and find him.
While she's telling the story, Eru is listening with Kuzuryu Io on her face and is like nod, 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 and wide eyes and hands clasped as she's going through because it's very interesting. And by the end, she is like looking a little bit windswept, but is like. Then what happened to the Dragon Lord?
She went to the human world and she looked and she looked, but she couldn't find the hero. And it turns out that even though she had always learned to be alone and do everything alone, it turned out that having other people in her life was pretty radical. So, with her heart full of friendship and deciding to be a little bit better, she went home to the underworld and made many more friends in the underworld. The end.
Eru also claps her hands. Wow, it's a good story. She looks both delighted that Io told the story, but then also she looks, I suppose, a little slightly wilted by the end. But she nods and she's like, "Thank you for sharing. It was a good
What's wrong?
story."
You're looking like a dandelion that got run over by a tire.
What's a tire?
A tire is... You kind of thinks about it, and upon investigating her memory, she realizes that she also does not know what a tire is exactly.
Sorry. Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. Shoot.
She looks kind of like Kuzuryu wow for a moment, and she's like, it's a round thing that is used to transport objects, but it's not a donut. It's a different type of round.
Looks like a donut. Sorry. Yeah, but yes, so it takes on this new knowledge and it's like the future is super interesting. But anyway, upon being told this wonderful story and upon being greeted with kind of waffly information about what a tire is, neither of them really seem to know. Perhaps I'll find out someday. Eru lays back down in her bed and she slowly turns to where Io is and she sighs. And the scene also begins to drift away as her eyes slowly sink closed and she falls asleep. If you're happy to, I'm sorry about that last part. If you're happy to, we can move on.
Let's go.
So, Let's see.
You're like looking backwards at little Eru and softly like, "Oh, good night, Eru."
Sia, sia. Sia, 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 sia. In your eyes, it feels oddly like you're watching seasons pass with every blink, though it seems a constant that you are greeted with the sight of Eru returning to her bed, sometimes accompanied by Clay at her side, and that she looks out at the world, at the scene, from her window. It's only a few pauses, stops, and gaps in time. But when you gaze out into what's turned into a bright and warm morning scene, you kind of come to, and you look at where Eru would be laying, and she looks different from before. Time has drifted by again, and it crawls to a temporary halt. You're not sure. Time is always a blur to you, but you imagine that maybe even years have passed. Looking older now, it seems that Eru was once again in the middle of reading something. Io?
Yahoo, Eru.
She breaks a smile, and she gestures slightly as if to allow you closer. You don't have to do anything, she's just doing it. And she says,
does drift closer. Or walk closer.
You're talking again. It's been so long since you last talked to me, although I feel like I see you pretty often now. And as she's speaking, she closes her book and puts it to the side, and turns to get a better look at Io-chan.
You aren't too lonely without me, are you? Puts hands on hips.
Well, sometimes you're just there and I can even see your face. I think for a moment that you might look at me, but it's easy to tell that you've been kind of somewhere far away from here. Mostly I think you're just asleep, but... And she tilts her head slightly. Even though you're a spirit, and I can tell you're not even looking at me, that's been okay too. It makes me feel a little less alone, you're right. Like you're with me in some way. She gets up slowly from her bed, and you can see quite visibly that her body has lost strength and muscle. When she blinks, it is quite slow and worn, as if she had not slept, or as if she hadn't actually rested. Looking thin and fatigued, and as if carrying a heavy but unseen weight. So more than ever, she just looks like someone who is like wearing down and fading away. But she gives you a smile and comes closer.
You notices all this, but she does not comment. But yeah, she just kind of like go a little closer to Eru, and she's like, let me get a good look at you. See, just like I said, I grew up to be super pretty.
She lets out a good laugh. It looks the same. You know, it's still Eru, so she smiles in the same way, but now she is older and tired. But
So-
now it is daytime, so she's up and out of bed.
So, what are we doing today?
I'm going to go out and pray a little to the spring. I'm pretty tired today, so I think it'll help me feel better. You'll come with me, right?
I'll go. After Eru.
So, together with Eru, the two of you head towards the Spring of Faith. And the scenery has not really changed much from when you were there. There's different patches of growth, but otherwise, it is the same spring, the same path, everything leading, just you reach it kind of at a slower pace. As you arrive at the clearing, she seems to slow her pace and stagger. She puts a hand against one of the trees to catch herself.
Eru, are you okay?
Just a moment. She puts a hand to her face, and you can see her grimace from under it. And then she lifts her other arm, as if she were trying to protect herself from some unseen shadow. And she's beginning to lean over from where she's standing. You may roll spiritual sense,
Eru's
which is
spiritual
optional.
sense?
It will have to be Eru's spiritual sense.
Okay. One.
Very nice. You sense almost a dark cloud, darker than before. The haze that forms around Eru's shoulders slowly begins to squeeze her, and here there will be another resonance, judgment. The emotion is despair. The force is 6. The rise is 1.
6. Okay. So I succeeded.
1.
You're seeing something there, something shadowy that she doesn't want near Eru. She kind of starts forward and she's like, what is that? And she like kind of like starts forward and goes like right up to Eru, reaches forward and tries to grab onto the shadow.
It stirs at your presence. It seems to notice that you're there. But you hear Eru from just near you struggle for breath. And she begins to slowly fold down to her knees, and her brows are like furrowed in concentration. You can see that she's beginning to sweat. Not yet. Not yet. I can't. Not yet. You can hear her whispering. The dark thing that is looming over her, it turns to you. It doesn't seem to have a face. You get the feeling that it turns. It acknowledges you. But as if hearing Eru, the cloud seems to stir again. And then you watch as it seems to drip downwards. And then the darkness, it is dragged towards the spring water. The ominous presence that you felt is sucked away, and soon Eru seems to catch her breath again, and then slowly she pulls herself up, returns to her usual posture. And she gives a sigh of relief. This is optional. You may roll spiritual sense again.
No, I think that's all right. We'll skip that one. Rather than that, Io looks towards the spring once, and then she kind of like drops down to her knees next to Eru, and she's like, Eru, are you all right?
Although she looks better in terms of color, she looks also a measure of unhappy as she turns back to Io and gives her a little smile. I'm better now. Getting to her feet, she casts a very tired look down at the ground. For a moment, her eyes drift to where the spring is. You definitely saw the strange cloud pressing down upon her, being pulled away and disappearing into the water. You sense it is gone the moment it is out of sight. A single drop falls, and then the waters are tranquil. And as if trying to wipe the whole experience from her posture, Eru straightens up. And then she goes to the side of the spring, and you watch her as she prays. And she carefully gives thanks to the spring for her health. And then probably for the nth time, you see her sigh. Io, are you still there? She turns and she sees you.
I'm here.
I feel kind of embarrassed. Sorry that you had to see that.
It's okay? I think I saw something similar a long time ago.
Really? Oh,
Hmm.
hmm. She looks a bit concerned at the mention, but then.
Eru,
Hmm?
not yet for what?
What?
You said not yet, right? Not yet for what?
Did I? Uh,
Hmm.
uh, uh.
Is it something hard to tell me?
No, I just, I could feel there's something, it's like there's something wanting me, and sometimes I feel like it might take me somewhere, so I probably just said not yet because I didn't want to go as well.
Yet implies that later is okay though, right?
Oh. Eru turns to the side and away from the water, and she smiles, but in a way that could be described as self-deprecating, self-loathing.
Io looks at that. And she sorry. She also smiles back a little and she says, did you get stronger since the last time we talked?
I, in some ways, I did. I studied more and I learned more magic. But she pauses and looks down again, and I think she. What is she doing? Perhaps she's just on her knees at the side of the water at the moment. So she just leans back slightly on her heels and looks upward.
Io stares down at the spring, but then looks back at her.
I didn't get healthier, unfortunately. Because of our family bloodline, we often had to exorcise demons and evil things, and staying strong and staying healthy meant that one had a solid and unwavering spirit that was gained through daily meditation, dedicated study, and pure-hearted cultivation of self. And oh well, She starts her sentence, but she gets up to leave the side of the spring. So they begin
I've
to.
understood that it's a huge pain.
So they begin to walk back down towards the village.
You will follow after.
Almost as if she
Spring.
didn't want to be heard by the spring, she's heading away from it now. Yes?
What's all this pure-hearted cultivation stuff? How come?
It is, it's what I was taught. It's what our ancestors always upheld here. It's what kept this place a shrine, and not just another place to draw water. Became very special to the village.
And that's important to Eru too?
It is, but I'm not so strong. I think part of me gave up on that.
You said that people before you upheld all this cultivation stuff too?
Not.
I bet they cheated. At least a little bit.
Do you think so?
Yeah, no one in the world could keep that up 24/7, right?
I guess so, but maybe it's just because I can't. I mean... So tick, you continue on the path. Now and then she seems to stop in her tracks and look around, but then continue again.
I don't think it's that arrogant. It's probably just that right now is a harder time than other times. Maybe.
I guess so. You see her break off, and she stops against the side of a tree and then just crouches small at the bottom of it.
Io also leaning down next to her and kind of air pats her back.
When she lifts her head, she kind of gazes out, unseeing at the surroundings. Now and then, though, she does turn to look at you. Can I... Oh.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Oh no, I think you should go ahead.
Yeah.
That's all.
Gazes. Very well. Can I tell you something?
I'll listen.
She folds her arms on top of her knees and kind of peeks out atop them with her eyes. The truth is that I kind of want to leave, but it's not because I want to go out and to see all of the amazing things you've talked about, but because I'm badly. Even now, I want to give up.
When you feel like that, it's probably better to just give up.
Do you think so? I told you, right, that I asked the spring once about my future, and that it said that I was going to become someone really bad. And I didn't really know what to do after that. I feel like ever since I asked that I became like filthy for it, that I knew I had that kind of future, but I still wanted to live, so but then I didn't. Even now, I don't know. I don't know why, because living became so difficult. And before all of this, I guess even now I wanted to protect my hometown from the evil things that hurt us before, and I keep trying and I keep learning, but even now I feel like I'm becoming a burden to the people who still care about me, and Clay as well. He looks after me on most days, and he makes me medicine, and he helps me move on days when I can't get up. But nowadays I can't sleep, and I can't seem to get better, and maybe I just didn't do well enough, but I can't seem to undo the person I became, and I can't turn time back to when I didn't know. And when I dream, I see things that really scare me, and
what's the stuff that you see?
I see that demon that attacked our village. I see it there. But it's not attacking me. It's like it's It's like it's there and it's waiting to eat me.
Io lapses into deep thought again.
Eru watches deep thought your face.
You know, I think when things get so difficult that it feels like you might get crushed under it, in times like that, sometimes it's okay to run away. It's okay to run away.
Eru smiles. I
We
think
could go off
so.
somewhere, right? Yeah, I'll come with you.
Her face falls a little again, and she looks back to where the spring was, and then back to Io's face and says, "For me, I think that running away means choosing death. If I leave, I think I will die. But if I stay here, I think I will also die. It's not even a matter of when, it's a question of how soon. And either way, I think that Clay would have a really hard time. And I hate that. But you know, if I really am something evil, if I really am bad, that if I become something really awful that is going to hurt others, then I think it would be nice if he was the one to kill me. If he kills the great evil, then everyone will think of him as a hero, right? And then if everyone loves the hero, then he won't have to be lonely.
Eru, that's a curse. That's the same thing as cursing him. That's a lifelong curse that'll never ever leave him. You can't think things like that. You care for him, right?
Slowly you watch her nod.
If either way it's going to end in the same way, then at the very least you should choose. You should choose something for yourself. A thing that's going to give you the most freedom at the end.
You see her look up, and then her gaze travels the vicinity. It is just the two of you here. She looks very thoughtful, and still saddened by the things she said, as well as her thoughts at the time. And after a short stretch longer, she says, I always... Well, that is... As she is hesitating, there is another resonance judgment.
Yikes.
The emotion is regret, Scar. The force is 5, the rise is 1.
Okay, so 2d10 in this case. Okay. I've failed it.
+1.
Oh, it doesn't go up. You said force is 5, right? Oh wait, no. Sorry. 5. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Oh, it is 5.
Yeah, it's +1.
As if the dark cloud of previous was hovering ahead, you feel a strong sense of regret that lingers between you. Perhaps it was something you felt strongly from Eru herself, but you can't be sure. It doesn't seem like it was a feeling that really belonged to you, but it seems to stifle the air before it disappears. While Eru is struggling to respond, you hear her sort of break off with a half laugh, and for a moment it looks like she would rather like to cry, and she just closes her eyes and covers her face. But then after a couple of seconds, she... Oh, I just remembered. Since we came out this way, I can take you to my special spot. It's the best place to watch the clouds, and today's a nice day, so she gradually gets to her feet and kind of brightens herself up a little bit, and then gives Io a little smile, and the smile is still worn, but it is for sure a smile.
The place you promised me last time, right? I want to go.
That's right. Sorry to make you listen to such awful things.
I'm just a spirit, and I'll listen to anything.
No, you're not just a spirit. You're, here? There will be one more resonance check. The emotion is trust, connection. The strength is 7, the rise is 2.
Okay. So I succeeded.
Lucky 7.
777 across the board. If this is a casino, I would have won big.
although Eru has been looking comparatively pale since you first met her, when she looks to you this time, there's a little bit of warmth in her cheeks, and she says, we're friends, right? I mean, you might be a spirit, but I think of you as one of my friends.
Io looks a little surprised, I think, quite like deer in headlights, big eyes. And after a few moments to turn it in her head, she splits into a big wide grin, and she says, definitely friends. At this point, I'm your childhood friend. She puts a fist up in the air.
I guess that's true. I don't have many friends who can time travel, but I guess there's always a first. As if looking kind of satisfied with what she'd said, and like very warmed that she'd just confirmed someone's friendship. Clenches fist. She turns and begins to lead them along the way to the Eru special spot. Now, we've been here for quite a long time. I just need to ask, are you still doing okay? Are you happy to continue?
I am doing good, but may I get more water?
Of course. Go ahead.
Be like,
Are you?
I'm holding back hiccups.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
I'll be back.
Yeah, bye. Well, golly, at this rate, we are really going to be here for 6 hours. I didn't just say that. I didn't just curse us. Oh dear. Hope not. Should be able to just keep shivvying ahead. Wish my brain could conversation a little bit faster. I'm still not looking at chat just in case, just to put that out there, but this is a tough one. I should have read this. I should have read this scenario before starting, but time has not been on my side. I can't believe we're gonna roll up on 4 hours. By the way, in terms of the written, we're like 2/3 of the way through. Wowie. So sorry, Io. I know this must also be really sluggish to watch, so just in advance, sorry once again. Oh, welcome back.
Depending what you're apologizing for, I will think about whether to forgive you as we play. I'll consider it.
Gasp. Gasp.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm having a great time. Are you having a good time?
I'm just a little bit worried because we've been here for quite a long time, and I was just gonna say we might actually be here for 6 hours at this rate.
No, that's fine. That's normal when you play TRPG with me. I'm in for it. I'm ready. As long as chat's ready. All right, chat, stick around.
Very well. Sorry, I've done a lot of talking. I'm sorry again. It's full of my talking, so deeply apologize.
I've like peaked in life right now. I'm like having a pretty good time. I'm pretty freaking happy.
So if you're happy to continue, let us go ahead.
Let's go. Ba, ba, ba.
Now, it is not really a path, but rather just a route taken weaving through bushes and trees and rocks out towards the light. But you arrive at a sort of lookout point, secluded by its surrounding brush and elevated by the slab of rock protruding from the embankment. The sky above you is wide and full. There's just enough forest to shelter you from the incoming south winds. Just as you come out into it, you feel the pull of passing time again. Oh, hi, turn that off. It's not very clear to you, but after blinking and reorienting yourself to the world, it is the early afternoon. The day is now somewhat overcast. You definitely came here with Eru, but it seems like this is your first time experiencing it. Came here before, but then you blink, and now you're here again. And Eru is just sitting with her knees up, and she is looking out into the sky. Oh, she turns. Io, you're here. Is everything okay?
Is this it? Is this your secret place?
That's right. I brought you out here last time, but then when I realized that you weren't around, but I've been coming out here in the hopes that you might come back sometime.
Oh, I disappeared last time, huh? I guess I did something kind of bad. Sorry about that.
No, I don't think so. It's just, I'm sure you had busy spirit things to do.
We're here now, though, and the sky is super wide.
I really like it here. But even
Thank you for
saying
your...
that, you can kind of see her close her eyes and just sit.
You kind of like sidles closer, and she's like, "Do you come here often?" But she's like a little awkward about it.
Well, I do because I was I was hoping that you would come back, but I mostly come here when I can't pray anymore or I can't read anymore and I have enough strength to go somewhere. I like to be here.
I can see why. This is really, really nice. Eru?
Oh, mm, what's up?
Mm. The truth is, last time I wanted to come with you really badly, but sometimes it's like I blink and time has passed all of a sudden. But I did want to come, really, really, really badly.
I mean, I know. I know that you would. It's just. She shakes her head. I'm happy that you got to see it. The. Looking kind of tiredly out at the sky, you feel that it becomes redder, that the color of the sky, the hue of it, reminds you very distinctly of something that you've seen before. Because you can see it so well from this position, the red and the pink hues creeping from the side of your vision and the darkness inching in from overhead begin to build a sense of déjà vu.
Io immediately turns around to Eru and just like, Eru, maybe we should go back to the village.
She opens her eyes. What is it?
I get kind of a bad feeling, and spirit senses are tingling.
As you mentioned spirit senses, Eru also seems to bristle, probably at her own spiritual sense. And then she stands up from where she is and turns to look very pointedly in a different direction to the village. Did you hear that?
No, what is it?
She furrows her brows and then attempts to listen in again.
Can I use a roll to see if I can hear the same thing that Eru is?
Yes, go ahead.
She's level 1 in spirit sense, right?
Yes.
Success.
You try to tune yourself into what Eru might be hearing or seeing or sensing. But you feel somewhat walled away from whatever it is. Although she is obviously listening out for something, although you feel in yourself that something is not right, as you're gazing out at the sky and looking at the surrounding forest, you cannot hear whatever it is that Eru is responding to. However, as you are becoming in tune with your changing surroundings, you realize that this particular sky is the same as the day you had already experienced from Clay's memory, and you imagine that what he is about to see is going to happen none other than today. The mountain around you seems at peace, but you do have a bad feeling.
Io kind of shuffles to place herself in Eru's line of sight, looking towards the village, and reaches forward as if to grab Eru's sleeve, but her fingers go through the fabric, and she's like, actually, let's stay here. Let's stay here, Eru.
What?
I think we should stay here. I know I said we should go back, but I'm getting a bad feeling. I think we should just stay right here.
Oh. Mm.
You promise? You won't go anywhere? You won't go back anywhere? You won't go to the village?
Why? What is it? I feel like there's something. She turns. I'm gonna go this way. And she sort of hops down from the rock with a renewed sort of energy slash anxiety while looking around.
Io kind of like hovers in front of her, and she's, yeah, can't we stay here? Like you said, you like it here, right? And uh, um, the clouds are really nice, and I'm sure if there's sound, it's not anything.
Just a moment. I would like you to roll for one more resonance judgment. The emotion is trust, connection. The strength is 8. The rise is 2.
8. Okay. Success.
Need to find the right place to add. Eru seems to shudder as she responds to yet again something that you didn't hear. She turns as if expecting your understanding, but then returns her attention back out to the forest. And then her feet begin to lead her away from the lookout point and back down to the main path.
Io follows after her. Very, very fast. Eru? Eru, come on. Eru? Hover beside Eru.
It's the same. I know this feeling. It's the same. If you, Let's see.
Mhm.
Eh? Eh? Just a... Apologies. Apologies. Okay, let's stick with this one instead.
Oh boy.
Eru has sensed something, who is beginning to run after something. She looks increasingly frightened by it. But he looks to you and says, Do you remember how I said that a few years ago a demon, a really scary demon attacked our village?
Io catching up and again hovering in front of Eru as if to like block her path. I remember, and if you go now, it'll only hurt you, and it'll only hurt Clay. You said you'd look at the sky with me, right? Like let's stay here, Eru.
But if something evil is going to attack the village, then I can't do nothing. This is why I mean, I'm still someone who defeats demons, so I can't just sit here. She takes off in a direction. It is still as if she is hearing something which you cannot hear. But with a spurt of energy, she begins to head quickly towards the source, and a village slowly comes into view in the distance. Somehow the sky has gotten quite dark since you began moving, and you see a murky giant mass beginning to surface from the shadows and make its way toward the village. If you'd like to roll spiritual sense.
Here I go. Success.
You can see the demon. You can see it very clearly. You are struck more by the sound in the air of it moving. It catches your attention. There is a wetness to its presence that clings to your skin. And it occurs to you that this demon seems to find its origins in a place of water. At this, Eru seems to become certain that it is the same demon that attacked her village. And so she extends a hand as soon as she's close enough to, and you see a shoot of air, some sort of spell, inspired at it. And it seems to break off, splattered to the side, but it simply reforms into another ghostly demon shape. It rides and it leaves and it moves for a different part of the village. And again, oh yes?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead,
Oh. Standing there, watching Eru running towards this dealer just to check, does this glob that's rising look familiar to you?
Yes.
So, watching Eru running towards this glob that is quite familiar, and seeing the familiar shade of the sky, and thinking about the clay that she met at the museum and the clay of now. Io just kind of was running after Eru, and her footsteps gradually slow more and more until she's kind of come to like a stop, like watching everything. And she just stares. She just stares. She doesn't do anything. She just stares.
The scene, it takes on a similar feeling to the same one you had experienced before. This time you are watching Eru as she attempts to vanquish this demon, too large, but piece by piece it begins to chip off. But as if unperturbed, you watch them move on, as if simply losing and regrowing a limb. Although the noise that you had experienced from Clay's perspective is not here, and you are seeing everything unfold in relative clarity, you are still with Eru, but she is no longer speaking to you. And you can hear her frustration as her attacks against it are not putting it off. And then suddenly, she retches and sways, and something dark oozes from the corner of her mouth. Pitching sideways. For a moment it looks as if she's been winded by something. But she continues on. Her eyes are fixed to the strange demon that has made for a village home this time. It's not stopping. I have to find some way to turn it around. Don't. No. From ahead, there's more commotion. The demon creature has definitely been noticed by the villagers, who have begun screaming and calling for help. You watch as Eru gets to her feet and pursues what seems to be the main body of the demon, and the house, which is part collapsing.
Io follows after Eru on foot, but she's not running, she's walking.
Even if you didn't move, you would find yourself automatically moving alongside her. But yes.
She'll follow just because of its motion memory, but she's kind of mostly just watching and walking and watching and walking.
With a different spell this time. Part of the monster turns to water, and it stains the floors with the sound of splattering mud. Briefly you hear the sound of a child sobbing within, stuck, glued, unmoving in the corner, cowering. They're crying and covering their heads. And Eru positions herself in front of them with a hand extended. The hand is shaking, but her voice is not. I know what you are. And although that is all, the demon, it continues its assault, and she tries to hold her ground again. And another part of it becomes water. There is screaming outside. The monster seems none too bothered to pull again and again across the floors, and then it rebuilds and reforms. And Eru speaks again. If you can do as I say and leave, you can have me. You can have the power of an exorcist. I know you've been waiting for it. I'll give it to you. And suddenly, you hear, you can almost make out the sound of a deep laughter, an eerie, strangled burble that ripples through the demon's body. Instead of attacking her, it circles her with a rope-like limb. And in her hands, part of the demon simply becomes mud, and a dark stain washes over her clothes. Something again drips down the side of her mouth. You've been taking from me for years. If you kill me here, I will never go with you, and I'll deny you, and everything you ever stole from me. But if you become one with me here, I take it all back. Don't you want the best part? In an instant, the entire demon washes into the ground like water rushing from an exploded container. A sea of murk that fills the house, what's left of it. Garden catches the clothes of the cowering child. And like a fast-tracked reversing of time, a rewound tape, the demon rapidly finds shape again. But this time, it circles around Eru, a tangling of warped shapes and worming limbs, each hovering, taking turns to press themselves to her, hungering, consuming. Perhaps it's because you yourself aren't of this world, but you can almost see something within her chest that flickers outward, like the ripple of a stone against the surface of water. Sound of a drop. For a moment, she seems to hold back tears, as if she cannot fully face the truth. But eventually, she lifts her chin, and then her gaze slowly finds the child, still watching them, wide-eyed. Her face creases at the sides, manages a wan smile, and after holding a finger to her lips, she begins walking slowly back the way she came. In your eyes, your vision is blurred occasionally by the wash of something dirty. A smear of mud that treads your vision. As you go out, there are faces. Horrified, frightened faces. Amongst them you see Clay, frozen at the front. Slowly, Eru begins to lift an arm, but the nearest demon fragments reach out and restrain him. The look on her face is unreadable even to you, but this is undoubtedly still Eru. This is the last opportunity you'll have to roll a skill, and you only have time to roll one.
Don't have anything.
Okay. The demonic beings swarm her and attach to her flesh as if they are feeding. Her lips draw a thin line. She doesn't budge, but her mouth then forms the words. I'm sorry. The beings climb amongst each other to get to her, begin to tear into her seams, force themselves into her every space, every weakness. And her solitary figure begins to leave the village behind. Goodbye, she whispers, as your surroundings fade into darkness. Are you happy to continue?
Yes.
At this time, I do have to ask, are you fine with this?
Yeah,
it's
I'm okay.
it's the wrong size, but
Oh.
this?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for checking.
So, we're on to the last. I just did have to check if you are okay to continue. Then let's go on.
Yep, let's go.
Step. Wait. Step. Another step. Another step. Step. And another. Something assaults your senses. There is a resonance judgment. The emotion is anger, passion. The force is 3. The rise is 1.
Okay. Success.
A feeling of unquellable rage wells and burns through you like a flame. and it eats you from the inside out. From your heart to the surface of your skin, unbearably hot. You cannot control it. It passes through you, but you feel overwhelmed. You'll lose HP.
Oh, wait.
There is a resonance check. The emotion is destruction, desire. The force is 5. The rise is 1.
Success.
If you could turn everything to ash, you would turn that anger into the crushing blow of a weapon. Curse to destroy. You would break anything unfortunate enough to fall into your hands or your sight, your grasp. Break anyone who you could reach with your words. And there is power within you, so much. But what could you hope to do with it? What does that power achieve? You lose 2 HP. There is another resonance judgment. The emotion is domination, connection. The force is 7. The rise is 1.
Success.
If it weren't enough to burn them or break them and shatter them into a million pieces, they could never be free in your grasp, never escape you, never cross your will, never do you wrong. But what does that mean when the world is so filled with hurt and rage? You won't be controlled. You won't be abandoned if everything is yours to hold. There is a resonance judgment. The emotion is grudge, connection. The force is 8. The rise is 1.
Success.
Plus what could there possibly be left to desire if your world was already broken. You look at what was destroyed, everything you had believed, betrayed, anything you had held precious, stolen. If you had never learned to love, you would never have tasted hate. And because you loved so much, the hatred could only grow. You lose 2 HP. There is a resonance judgment. The emotion is despair, scar. The force is 9. The rise is 1.
Success.
Your world was too small, and you yourself just a speck within it. You are so small. You're nobody. And yet, when you tried to be more, you were burned by anger, foolishly caught in the grasp of someone who would use you, crush you, and turn you to nothing until you could no longer believe in anything, especially not yourself, until you had no reason to raise your head, no strength to stand. You will lose 2 HP. There is a resonance judgment. The emotion is trust, connection. The strength is 9. The rise is 1.
Success.
There is something terrifying about the desire to be loved. There is something horrifying at the thought of being left behind. In our lives, there are things we cannot do for one another. But you have me. I am here. And somehow, it will be all right. sound of a blade struck through the heart of the murky black demon. The mass writhes, but black tendrils stretch as they inch forward. A hair's breadth from the slant of the swordsman's neck. And it stops. The darkness falls away like a melting snow. From loose, syrupy arms, a wound-like mouth forms. A welcome smile, and blackened hands reach, frame his face, and like this, the body falls away into the waiting abyss, and the soul is dragged with it. From here onwards, you cannot use any skills.
Got it.
At last, your eyes open. In the depths, everything is a swirling, murky black. Any color reflected back to you is grey or grotesque. Sounds muddled and warping in the background. It slowly fades into nothing. There is Eru. The sword that had pierced her chest has too been claimed by the monster. The demon has dyed it so that you can no longer make out the sheen nor even the accurate shape of the sword, but it is there holding her, a blade, a spear, or a needle, or a nail. Eru, too, begins to fade into it. The darkness claims her with every passing second. A half-lidded gaze, now deadened, dull, and unseeing, slowly roams until she lifts her hand. Inside her palm rests the short length of rope, a bead. You, gazing back, you feel a creeping cold up your limbs, but the encroaching sides of something black and wet seem reminiscent of viscera, the dead innards of a colossal beast. But this world will surely swallow you both whole. you there? Io.
I'm here.
Her fingers holding the charm twitch slightly at the response. Did you know? Did you know that this was my future?
I didn't know.
You're right. The blackness creeps. You understand that soon she will be submerged.
It's okay, Eru. You can just rest.
I shouldn't have. If I had given up sooner, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. And if I weren't so stupid and short-sighted and selfish, but I wanted to if things were always going to turn out like this, then why did I try to change? Why?
Eru did everything that Eru could. You're not the one in the wrong.
The black swamp creeps up the bottom half of her body, as if she were slowly sinking into a deep and endless well You feel that she is being dragged. She turns and she looks at you. Yabai. No, I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it. I'm so very sorry about this. I've muted my phone. As she's looking towards you, Eru pulls the charm a little bit closer. And then she whispers, I don't know what will happen with you and here. And she casts a brief look around. There is very little to be seen. If you were trapped here, what if you couldn't get back home? I'm sorry.
Eru has nothing to apologize for.
That's not true, but I can get you out, and I'm going to take this demon somewhere far away. Somewhere far away from here. Somewhere it can't hurt anyone. I can do it.
Eru is super strong.
She manages the tiniest of smiles. You're my friend, right?
We'll always, always, always be friends.
Even if it... even if it takes a whole year, 5 years, even 100 years. Let's meet again. Don't wait for me. Don't look for me. But just just remember this, okay? We'll always be friends.
200 or 300 or 400 years. We'll always, always be friends.
And then there is just a question. Do you trust me?
Yeah. I'll choose to trust you.
I won't say goodbye. I won't because it's not the end. My life belongs to me, and no matter how awful a road I've walked, it's still mine, and I won't give it up. Not yet. No. Not ever. Then we'll meet again. I will, and I will be. I'll be me, and I'll be free of this place, and we'll be friends again. I promise. Her fingers curl around the charm. And she holds it close. Now go. And as if willing you to go somewhere far and as high as possible, Eru releases the charm from her hand. There is no sense of gravity as you leave her, only the eerie force of parting ways. And it feels like even through the dark world that had entrapped you as being erased, you are released from it, suspended as if not moving at all. As she fades from view, your eyes are transfixed. It almost seems like the ambiguous dark shape with which she had been pierced was beginning to take form again. A sword hilt and a blade gradually emerging from the darkness. You don't know if she had died, and you cannot be sure. For an instant, you see the small body again, the now recognizable shape of the sword driven through her chest. Her hands slowly travel upwards, and they inch toward the hilt. And in seconds, she and her surroundings disappear from the mountain. Both Eru and the evil spirit are gone. For a second, you land on the ground, now empty of forest and of the evil that had claimed it. But that all begins to descend as the bead through which you looked out into the world is folded into the grip of a large, withered hand. Everything is shrouded in a gentle darkness, as if by blindfold, or as if you had closed your eyes for a long night's sleep. They close. But as they flicker, open again, your vision finds the corner of a glass display case, an old samurai sword propped up within, A muffled conversation from passers-by drifts in and out of earshot. When you look to your right, you see that fellow from earlier, texting someone on his phone, smiling into the screen. Somehow, you feel like you know his name, although you don't remember him telling you, even though it had just been in the blink of an eye. It was like you had seen an entire lifetime pass, and it is for a moment like the sword in front of you had whispered your name or spoken something. Everything in your mind is confused, but only briefly, as if it were an accidental, fevered vision you saw for a moment. The world of that mountain village seems distant, and the details are soon claimed by the fog of old memories and a forgotten dream. You hear a clatter, a little clatter on the floor, drawing your eye to something that man seems to have dropped from his pocket. It is a beaded charm with a familiar sort of feeling, and you could have sworn that this had actually been inside the case you were standing next to, but perhaps not.
Hi. Hey? Honestly, I think you would just leave at this point. Just takes a good long look at this guy and then just like turns around and leaves.
Would she pick up the charm?
Is he making any attempts to come and grab it since it fell out of his pocket?
You get the impression that it fell out of his pocket, but you didn't see it come out of his pocket.
Then she picks it up. She looks at it and she kind of like is like, "Excuse me? Did you drop this?" He holds it out at him.
Oh. He blinks and looks around at you, and then he says, yeah, this... Oh, be in trouble if I lost this. Yeah, that's mine. And then he holds his hand out for it, and then there are a few solid seconds of silence. He holds it, and then he looks at it somewhat oddly, as if he were seeing something. But then soon he blinks and then grins back. Thanks again.
No problem.
And with that, he turns to leave this display and go on to others. As you glance back at the sword, you can feel the same sensation of a presence by it. Swear you could almost see someone there next to it if you stood in the right light. But then you don't see anything. But it seems like someone was there. Someone who wanted to see you. It's strange, but even though the sword isn't what you were looking for, it's almost like it had called out to you, and there is almost a feeling of relief. There is a warm familiarity to it, like the greeting of an old friend, or a promise finally fulfilled. So we reach the end of the story one lore scenario. Trust in you, Shinai. I hope you enjoyed it.
I did. I think as an end, Io just has a feeling and she slightly smiles at the case and just leaves.
Wow.
Wow! 5 hours!
That's long. We really hit the forecast 2 to 6 hours. My goodness.
Well, the latter
Naga.
part managed to... 長かったね。でも楽しかったからもう全然大丈夫。もう It was super fun.
Oh, I'm glad if you enjoyed it. I'm quite afraid to look into the chat, so I'm just gonna avert my eyes for the time being. But did you enjoy it?
I had
Yo.
a fantastic time. Thank you so
Yay!
much for inviting me. Did you have fun?
I'm so sorry about my phone. It went off twice. It shouldn't have gone off twice. I should have turned it off the first time, but it went off twice.
Oh my god.
And
absolutely fine.
No, I'm very, it's very impolite. It's very, very, very rude of me to do that. But
大丈夫です. I was drinking boba at the beginning, so we're even.
Well, so as you know, as I told you, the scenario is closed. There's only one ending that you can get. But in order to tell it like a cohesive story, I had to make some adjustments to the original. But I think that this was the better, expedient choice for playing with someone like outside the story. Otherwise, I hope that you found it still engaging despite the closed nature of the story.
I had a fantastic time. If I did not have a fun time, I would have put an end to it. But I was like very immersed and I was having a really good time. So,
Oh, if you were immersed, then that's the best that I can ask for. Prayer hands emoji. Since this is the version that will be left behind, I hope that you can take this as the new canon. The original version of the story that I was going to... Well, please consider this the new... This is the new original. But yes, so... I appreciate that I got to spend this time with you today. It really... I didn't expect it to actually be 6 hours. I
was expecting 6. Exactly. So we clocked in a little under what I was expecting.
Seriously.
Mm.
I
RP sessions with me always tend to be longer, so and yeah, like I think things like this take time. I'm glad that it took as long as it did.
thank you for being here. I apologize also publicly for my Clay roleplay because some of you may know this, but Clay is not my character, and so I had to go into this with a bit of a nervous shake about it all.
Just for context, when Bum was initially inviting me for this scenario, she was like, "All right, so I'll see you later with Eru and Clay," and I was like, "Clay? Who the frick is Clay? Who are you bringing along this time?" And she's like, "No, he's a character. I'm playing another character," and I was like, "Oh, like I thought he was an actual person that she was bringing along." So. I had a really good time, Evan. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you put into this. It was kind of amazing.
Oh, I'm glad if you enjoyed it. As you know, time to prepare for this was a little bit scant, so I feel like this was probably as good as it was going to get before.
This is like my 10 out of 10 effort plus one, so I don't feel short amount of time that you had at all.
No, not
I
at
have to
all.
apologize for some of the responses that Io was giving. That some of them were
No, what?
kinda. But just for context for chat, I know that I play Io as a VTuber, but initially Io was a character, so she has her own set of beliefs separate from me. She has her own set of beliefs and her own set of ideas about things, and obviously she has her own ideas on what's going on with Eru in this scenario, which is why she was responding the way she was. But she does care very deeply for her rabbit friend.
Scoops, lovely. Yeah, I can say the same for me. Obviously, I am Eru the VTuber, but before Eru the VTuber was brought into being, Eru was indeed a character, and this is the story. This is the story that she came with originally, and I do apologize for parts where I couldn't, play the characters very well. But as far as my small brain could take it, this is probably the best that I can do. My paltry best. So
you did amazingly well, as expected of Miss Shirazuya Eru, Miss Story Buns. Lovely story.
I'm tired, but it was yes, it was difficult if only because of the time constraints. But I wanted not, and this is just me as the streamer talking, but I wanted not only to create another opportunity for your viewers to spend time with you, but also to, I suppose, impart a certain sentiment for your upcoming graduation. And if I'm lucky, despite the heavy nature of the story that I think was shared today, I think it would be nice. It'd be nice for me as the person running and writing this sticky scenario, that if you might remember it, if you could remember it, even just in passing. I didn't show anyone's character sheets for this scenario, mostly because not a lot of skills had to be rolled, so I just didn't think we had to go through that. But the root of Eru's character Io's character is hope. And I think that is something, that can be a little hard to find, or, hard to hold on to. It also has a different shape for all of us. So I hope you will all find reasons to keep your chin up. And yes, so thank you very much for joining us today. Know that I will be thinking of you.
Thank you very much for all the hard work that you put in, for the amazing story, for all the collabs up till now, for putting up with my blubbering, for
Not at all.
it's been great fun. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for everything.
No, it's been wonderful. I'm going to end stream now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, and see you later, Eru.
Good night. Farewell.